did it again. Oh, there it is. I saw my phone light up and it startled me. So it's been a little while. 2 weeks, actually. I wasn't feeling very well last week. But I'm gonna I'm gonna shrink myself a little bit. One of these days I'll figure it out. One of these days I'll make myself an overlay so I don't obscure any part of the game screen. Wouldn't that be great? Anyway. I'm playing Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. Last time we... what was it? Sportsman. We did sports, is basically what happened, I think. And now we go back in time to before we did sports. Let's do this. Episode 2, Turnabout Airlines. Yeah. Hold on. Oops. The murder that occurred. The return of the great thief Yatagarsu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. Right. 2 days ago. 2 days earlier. He's dead, Jim! Oh. It's just wine. Phew. Go you!
Yes. Everything began high up in the air, 9,000 feet above the ocean.
Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Elevators. Ah! March 12th, 6:13 a.m. Flight G390, first floor, lounge. Here lies Yu-Gi-Oh! Hughes. Well, he can't be lying because he's standing, see? Anyway.
God, what an animation. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh?
Phone, no, please, don't beep at me. I don't have the time for this. I'm streaming.
6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Poor guy.
Ah!
What's this? A travel wallet. But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later. Or hand it off to an attendant. I almost said attorney. Ugh. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one.
Ah! Byakuya?
What the? What in the world happened?
Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your Yay! He's dead!
Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts.
What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer!
No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Tenero. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight.
An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? Murder? What's going on with this flight?
Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. Stop beeping at me, phone. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! Please, there's no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. Yeah. Oh.
I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer.
Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy.
Sorry, I just remembered I wanted my controller. Now you listen here, I am not the killer. I simply found the body.
So you say, however. I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant.
Oh, is that right?
Sorry, I had a thing. I know what I saw. And there's even very strong, incriminating evidence to back me up.
What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about?
We've already... Excuse me, that was a... thing? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination.
I think I just had a gecko land on my air conditioner.
Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation.
Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it?
Yes.
I was wondering if you might give me a chance.
A chance? To do what?
A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous?
You have a point. Very well. I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please, make it quick.
Of course, as you wish.
Good. Very well then, let's get started.
I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. And I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred.
Jumping right into cross-examination. What Miss Tenero saw. I swear to... Oh my goodness, what is wrong with me? I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land.
That's it? That's her evidence?
I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. I think I could, actually. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth?
I disagree. Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it.
All right. Well, let's stop by pressing our witness. That's always a good first step.
Hold it!
Tell me, what exactly puts the pro in professional flight attendant for you?
Well, it means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. but I'm sure you have already realized that by now, right?
Oh, I didn't even notice her face changed.
But I'm sure you've already realized that by now, right?
That sounds better. It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion. Let's try that. Sorry, I had to adjust my camera.
And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable.
I'm not sure that we need to press this one, because this one feels pretty, cut and dry. Is my microphone even close enough? Probably not. How about that? Is the microphone tracking doing okay? Or do I need to reset it again?
Wow. That's better. The scene I saw in front of the elevator.
Let's press.
Hold it!
Yes? What did you see in front of the elevator?
That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh yeah. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in the light coming from within. The murder weapon?
What is the murder weapon? A murder weapon dripping with blood. Really now?
I swear that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now.
As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time.
Excuse me?
You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder.
Nonsense. Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene, and I'm now listening to your defense. All with a smile.
Apparently, you also lie with a smile on your face.
Hehe. Okay. Let's have a look at inventory. Okay. So we can have a look at a few details. Body found at 6:15 a.m. Well, that's the body. It does look like he was knocked over the back of the head pretty hard. With the little statue there. But does that look like it's dripping to you? Doesn't look like it to me.
Objection!
Huh? What? Why did that not work? What do I think about it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Huh? Why are you apologizing?
I was being unprofessional. As a pro, I should have listened to your question with a smile. And I must also answer all questions with a smile.
Just say what you mean, that you have no answer to my question.
Okay. Hold on, I'll keep pressing.
Hold it!
I am not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me?
Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now.
Oh wait, it was the wallet, wasn't it? And what exactly is my situation?
I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight.
What?
In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who's been arrested by the police.
So I am to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts. At least I'm close. Her mistake shines like the silver lining on a dark rain cloud. And I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's right.
Objection!
Yep. You always know when the music stops. Miss Tenero.
Ooh, what is with the yelling all of a sudden?
Ugh. Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct?
Yes. All that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine.
Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you.
What?
I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is?
It's a travel wallet. A travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky.
The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero.
What? Impossible!
Now then, do you still think I am the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet?
But I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did.
As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff. I think you could... I think you would agree it's only grape juice. Hehe. The return of the ever-famous grape juice.
Then...
That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. Shockingly, easy to do, apparently. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not in fact exist.
No!
There, that should clear up that pesky accusation.
Hold it! Wait just a sec. That is... I mean... Even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside. Please.
She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. Sorry, I'm just taking a moment to really admire this sprite, because it's really good. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light.
No! I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself.
She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenero, if you'd be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me.
All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Bip, 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 bip.
Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intentions.
Yep. One of those cluspy things. Oh! Republic of Bohemia.
It seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold it! Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it now?
Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look?
Why not? I'm rather curious myself. I'm also tied up. This is... I hate how much it looks like Byakuya from Danganronpa. It's just so funny.
Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. Ah, travel wallet picked up off the floor in front of the elevator. There's but a passport inside. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you?
How dare you!
You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you.
Yeah, it's true.
Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for a murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is.
No, you're still wrong.
Miss Tadera's logic. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you?
Money? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see.
You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play?
Oh. Sorry, I didn't even notice her face. She should have been more stressful when I read that.
Hold it!
You think I stole it?
Yes! I'm very sorry to say it, and I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said.
Huh?
I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am, calling a passenger a thief!
You also called me a murderer. Did we forget that?
Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage.
It really doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks's wallet.
I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you?
What for? Isn't this a first-class airplane?
Hold it!
You think I was after his money? Where did that cockamamie idea come from?
True, you are also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you and those deeply etched lines on your forehead.
But they're not lines. They're I don't know why they got me. They're not lines. They're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face.
I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before.
Oh my god, I'm lightheaded.
And that's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble.
Ah! Why are we going into phrenology of all things? She really is making a fool of herself pursuing this line of logic. This line of pseudoscience. I should spare her and present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony.
Ah.
Oops. Wait a minute.
If he was out to steal Mr. Thingy's money, then why is there money all over the room?
Objection!
Checkmate!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero.
What is it now?
Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony.
What are you talking about?
It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the money?
Could it be the money?
Take that!
Take that! If I may direct your attention to the things strewn all over the floor. That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money.
But the wallet.
Objection!
Ah yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming it was all for an empty travel wallet.
Forgive me, please. Hey, what the heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer.
Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick.
Who the heck is this?
Will you all please be quiet? Miss Tenero,
Yes.
you lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for a murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought I was the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you for releasing me. Oh, I can't read Bojinian. And honestly, I don't know enough French. I'm just not gonna try. What is it now? Nah, that doesn't sound right either. But my god, is that man. Tenero, if you could... Miss Tenero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged.
It sounds like Virginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who...
I said that he is giving the runabout! I don't require an interpreter. I speak in English just well, see?
Look at his face!
You, the attendant!
Yes, sir?
I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport.
You'll see in this chat.
I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I have finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me... I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You! How dare you try to waste my time! You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. That man's about to explode. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. Sorry, I need to get it out. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in the Virginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty.
Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now?
Pardon?
When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout?
I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes, and yet you continue to blather on. I saw it. Yes, I did. I saw the victim go onto the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. What an incredible movie poster.
And what's the significance of that time?
At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6?
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body?
Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15?
Hicks was his name, was it? When I say that man Hicks was killed... then I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at that time was this prosecutor, yes? Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice.
I was still eating. Still haven't finished, see?
That is a big meat thing. Meat thing. The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose? No compliant, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh? So you say. But do you have, what you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all?
Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw? Enough to give testimony? Of course! I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little... small machine the whole time. Machine? Yes. That's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer.
I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have have to say that I did see him playing with one quite a bit myself.
A simple cell phone? A laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tenero,
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English.
It's fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then.
I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You are not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
We will see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable!
I'm in your debt, Miss Tenero.
However, there is one condition. I'm to supervise you. Can you agree to that?
Of course. I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural, as I am still a suspect in this case.
I'll take full responsibility and I'll watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use a button to talk.
It's time to head to the scene of the crime. The first floor lounge. This was Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about.
Perhaps it's in the elevator.
Maybe. I should probably head down to the crime scene now.
Can I at least look at these?
It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
That's a Go You Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled action, romantic horror comedy flick.
Is that the genre listing for this thing?
Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by everyone because it encompasses all those genres.
I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be.
But you have to admit it has piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy of this genre listing was to make people curious.
Well then, consider the mission a successful one.
Oh. I remember this girl. This lady.
Excuse me, but may I have a word with you? You there!
If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay?
What the? Hey, wake up, you!
I'm terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth.
No need for you to apologize. I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red. I'd see to it that her salary was cut as low as her cleavage. Anyway,
How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth?
come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something.
I'm terribly sorry.
Let me... sorry.
Let me prepare you something right away.
What are you apologizing for, Miss Tenero?
I failed at my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free.
I think I'll take my time later after I've solved this case, thanks. Don't get near me, you criminal.
He said, don't get near me, you criminal.
I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now. But that's contrary to the facts.
He says, but that's contrary to the facts.
I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. Yeah, just because he's got a stutter doesn't mean he's not understandable. I stutter all the time. As evidenced by today's stream. If I may have a word with you?
Yes, steak. So awesome.
Sorry for the mouth noises. That's great to hear, but however, I would like to ask you a few questions.
I was here the whole time, so...
Wait, no. Eat or speak, please pick one. Munch.
I think he chose to eat.
Yes, I can hear that. Hey, miss. How about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to the cute attendant.
I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. Just not right now.
You got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. Correct. March 12th, 7:26 a.m. Flight G390, first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero.
It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything's perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota.
I see.
Sorry.
I will bear that in mind.
I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you're not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time.
So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board?
I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane tour business and economy class. No one can move between those two classes, and first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all.
Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands.
Shelly?
At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Alright! Now then, let's get started.
But where should we start from?
Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere.
If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. Excuse me.
The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust.
Alright, well, let's just jump right into it.
What floors does this elevator service?
Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard.
So, the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
Alright, well, let's start with the dead body himself.
I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight.
So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead?
Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there.
Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes.
I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could this be the cause of death? I was literally just about to call this guy Dr. Hickfield. Very wrong character for this. He appears to have been struck very hard.
It's just blunt force trauma, but what caused it?
Even his glasses are broken.
He has a thing in his pocket.
There's something sticking out of his pocket. Hope you won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor here?
Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop.
Oh, it's Yugo, as in the... Okay.
This bank is a limited edition, and it's so popular that we're down to our last one.
You have an in-flight shop?
Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered.
There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point.
I need a minute. I need to take a sip.
Pretty easy.
A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out.
Yes? What is it?
The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head.
Well, aren't we deserving of the master of the obvious title?
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating?
It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon.
I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection.
Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting.
I think I need to fix my microphone again.
Wow, wow, wow. Now, I believe...
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Actually... Oh, wait. Yes.
Eureka!
Eureka! Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found.
His machine?
His cell phone, Mr. Nero.
So I guess because it's not here.
Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it.
Red. Well. I think that's everything in here. So let's have a looky around for more things.
A pity that a bronze statue knows not when a good drink has been spilt at its feet.
This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes, who was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much grape juice was here at his feet.
Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence.
Oh, we must clean that up or someone might get hurt.
Aha!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I found some very important evidence.
What is it?
I don't know.
Take that!
What is it?
They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree it's a set of footprints.
So you think...
Yes, I do think. Thank you. These belong to our killer.
Then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class.
I don't think that will be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match.
Oh, I see.
Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence.
It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off.
I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. This toppled over chair. Yet another victim of the turbulence.
No! Look at all that grape juice staining the back. It may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable.
It was?
Yes. It was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair.
I'm sorry, but what are these rocker pals?
I can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage.
Who are they?
The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens.
Ah, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get.
This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive.
That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box.
Ah, but its keys to press along with the music as though there really is someone playing it. Oh, like a calliope machine.
Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth? You look like you're talking to the clouds.
Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them?
I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation.
The clouds, they tell me nothing. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area.
Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you.
I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name.
What's this? A door! This door leads to the flight attendant's room. But please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel.
The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great. However, to me, it simply smells.
Like the butts?
Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door.
Yeah, same. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth?
Sorry, I spaced out for a second there.
Oh,
There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack.
this month's special is an English trivia quiz.
That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle.
Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh no! What's really sad is child literacy is, in fact, going down, at least in Australian schools, I've heard. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle?
Case in point. What or who is this?
This is a bronze statue of the founder of Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. The one on the left is of when he was in his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s.
Did the man age it all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more.
I would like to look. Can I not look at this knocked over bucket? I suppose not. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. But we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed.
There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. Oh? Okay. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. Oh wait. Yes. Let's have a look at things. There is some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? Who knows? I suppose this is where you insert your coins. I have to say, for a piggy bank, it is made rather well. So well, in fact, that I'm not sure there is a way to take your money out. Yeah, especially if it's hard enough to knock a man dead.
Are you in need of assistance? Right. Let's show us some things. Even if you show that to me, I still cannot allow you free reign. I'm sorry, but I must admit that I still have my doubts about you.
Guilty and proven until proven innocent, I see.
Alright. Okay, that was not it. Nope. 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 Wow, she's not interested in any of these things.
Miss Tenero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge.
As long as you have the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around.
If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation.
I will. However, please realize that you are still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you.
Of course, and I take no offense.
Do you really understand what I'm saying?
Yes, verily.
Do you pinky swear you do on your honor as a professional prosecutor?
I pinky swear, I do, on my honor as a professional prosecutor.
Well, I guess that settles that.
I feel my honor as a man slowly diminishing. Did you notice anything?
I was wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator.
I'd say the killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they are a vital clue to solving this case.
Ooh, maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's go find them together!
A word of advice. Nobody likes a credit thief, so stop stealing my lines.
About the victim.
I was wondering if you noticed anything, Miss Tenero.
Yes, I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here.
Yes. It is a rather tragic crime.
I'll say. Robbing a poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talking about rubbing in the salt. I can't forgive someone who would do this to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands.
And I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. I should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies in the intersection of my logic and the evidence.
All right. Elevator, broken glasses. Where was the killer? Ah, here we go. I think this is it. No?
I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information.
What? What do you mean? Oh. There must be something I've missed somewhere. No. Oh. Let's see. Looking at the flight itinerary, I can't tell if 6 a.m. was mealtime or drinks time. Because it's in 12-hour format. But they didn't put in any PM or AM, so I don't know what time this itinerary is supposed to be. And anything else I missed is there. Really?
There's no money whatsoever inside this travel wallet.
Eh. I guess that really is all there is to see of this. We haven't... Do we open this thing? I guess so. Oh wait, was this it? No.
Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
Ah. What have I missed? I wonder.
Nope. I did it again. Did I do this? Oh, okay.
True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks.
And then I do this?
I have it!
Huh? I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can prove that someone other than myself was here at around the time of the murder.
What? Really?
Yes, it's rather simple actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person.
But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? No!
But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless.
Which means...
Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator.
Yeah. Oh. Investigation complete!
What's going on over there?
Blah, 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 blah. Not again. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? What? I will not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time.
What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there's no emergency, please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What? Nonsense!
Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine. Suit yourself. What I saw? I am certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal.
All right.
Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense.
Sorry, I had to yawn.
After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me.
So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come. Let me see. Hurry. Do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast.
Hey.
Let's press him on seeing Mr. Hicks in the elevator.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course, I saw what was inside.
And you were sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes. The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
This last outburst is a bit too important to let go.
The only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. Well, since it's a new statement, let's press it.
Hold it!
Was he really alone?
Of course! I will bet even 1 cent.
A cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent.
It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking. Is that correct?
Oh, you noticed? It is a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed, and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite all right. Let us continue with your testimony.
Huh, what a cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes?
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15.
And that's when I found the two of them as well. You see, it all matches my testimony. I knew the only person in the lounge at that time must be the criminal.
Hold it!
That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of.
Hold it! No. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you're both mistaken.
Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. I spy a little hole in his words. As you wish, Mr. LeBlanc. I will now show you proof of my innocence.
I'm just wondering. Ba. Trying to think what the logic of this is meant to be.
Hold it!
Whoops. Yes. Well, that wasn't it. What?
Mr. LeBlanc, your testimony just now contradicts this piece of evidence.
Ah, yes, from the old word contradictus.
Hmm? Oh, you are correct. But what does that have to do with our present situation?
The word comprised of the parts against and speak. I dare say I don't deal in such double talk. My art dealings are clean.
That's all well and good. However, about this piece of
There is no value in that. I'm not interested in buying that from you.
Ah! There's plenty of value in it, even just superficially.
Okay.
Hold it!
Did I press this one?
Were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time?
Of course I saw what was inside.
And you're sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Hold it!
Let's try this again.
Was he really alone?
I will bet even 1 cent.
Hold it!
Okay, I did that one. Oh. I'm a dingus. I'm a dingus. I wasn't reading. Or I was reading, but I was just brain smoothed over.
Objection!
No? In American dollars, I say it is worth around $9.99.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Were you not intending to sell it to me?
It's not for sale! I think I need to present something a bit more case-making to him.
Where...
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Wait.
Objection!
Ah! Didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to look at it. Now I know that's not it. Oh my goodness. All right. You'll have to give me a minute. I hate doing this. Also, there's a thing going overhead. Ah. 12.
Objection!
Nope. Wait. Oh, I'm a dingus. I'm a dingus.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc.
What is it?
There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There at the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Oof.
Oh, I hate that. I don't like that. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth?
The truth? You can't handle the truth. No truth handler, you. I deride your truth handling capabilities. Can you please translate for us?
Oh god. Eyes up, chat.
No way. That's totally impossible.
I guess is what he said.
No way! That is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us.
I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
Oh, this poor man's suffering constipation by the look of him. What I saw, part 2. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one! Mr. LeBlanc, if you could please calm down. What? Dare you too have an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please forget I said anything.
Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let this testimony stand as the truth.
Why were you upset when Mr. Hicks passed by your seat, sir?
Hold it!
Monsieur LeBlanc?
So are you still upset now?
I am always upset. The only time I am not is when I have a piece of art in my hands.
It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. I was always checking the time over and over again. Why were you checking the time over and over again, sir? Monsieur?
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive to the time?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie's starting time. Return back to me my time and money. You understand the point?
Movie. Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting.
They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights.
I just realized I sank a bit.
I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it, if that's all right.
The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times.
Hold it!
Really?
So this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in Sky magazine?
Yes! I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder.
Miss Tenero, was this movie shown on this flight?
Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time.
Isn't it possible you simply slipped through it by accident?
Nonsense! You doubt me?
No! Now stop pointing at me like that! Odd. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see?
I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure. Oh. Did I press this? Hold on.
Hold it!
You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes, of course. I'm a very busy man. I am immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go and no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch.
I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made.
Ha! Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me.
That's all right. All I require is this piece of testimony.
Okay, I think I've got it this time.
Objection!
Aha.
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony.
Set his pocket watch to the destination time. I came aboard.
Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination.
Yes, and? The correct time is worth its 6 cents.
I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss Tenero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now?
Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point.
That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Jiangfa.
But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we're still running onboard Ginian time. What?
The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule.
Wah!
Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony.
That's the difference between Los Angeles and Paris, France.
And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that.
Hold on, I need to count. See, a million. That's $10,000. Which is still pretty good.
In light of this information, this means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m.
It fucking windy! My million cents!
This should clear up all of the remaining accusations.
Sorry. So, this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right?
Yes. Because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m., it means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time? And what was he doing?
I've got something to say.
And you are?
Yeah, I'm Cammy Neal. I'm a flight attendant.
And what is it you wish to say?
Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know?
What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, Cammy's gonna make me sleepy.
That's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point.
Ah, the stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Shangfa, correct?
Yes, it was from 4 to 5 a.m., according to our clocks.
And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight?
No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhangfa.
What about the flight crew?
The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. But eventually, everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane.
So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind.
Refueling in Zhangfa. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you, Mr. Acby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m.
Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m.
Okay. Now, what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth?
I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhangfa. Ah!
Yo! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could be the killer.
Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards?
Unfortunately, yes.
But then, how do we explain the footprints?
Is not that obvious? This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge. Waited to kill him. And then he put the corpse into the elevator.
My brain almost read that as he put the corpse into the river, which would have been wild as hell.
That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge.
Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc?
What? Do you have another idea?
I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than the lounge?
Take that!
These footprints. In which direction do you think these are headed?
That would be the in-flight shop.
Correct. They're headed towards the direction of the shop.
But they look disconnected. They end all of a sudden.
You are right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop. However, there is another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop?
Ah, the murder weapon.
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious?
Huh. Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before you came here. It doesn't prove you are innocent at all.
Is there no way to win with this man?
Hold it! If I may. What is it?
You see, well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says.
Oh? And why do you know this so well?
Well, it's just that that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes.
And when was this?
It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.
Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence?
That's right.
Excuse me? You were in the shop just before the turbulence.
Yes, I was.
Come to think of it, Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door.
Yes, I did.
And what is beyond that door?
That's the flight attendant's room.
Then you were on the first floor.
Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room.
Oh, that was hard. That was difficult. Are you saying you passed by me at some point?
Yes. You seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by.
Ooh, my sister's playing Peglin. Nice.
I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was.
Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely here at the shop when I went there.
Why did you go to the shop in the first place?
I went there for a work-related matter.
Work, you say?
Yes. The upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities.
Why did you not say anything about that until now, is what I want to know.
In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well.
Shall we head over there then?
Hold it.
Hold it.
What is it now?
Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're all right. Huh? That's weird.
What is?
Well, I just talked to the captain, you see. And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all.
What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero?
It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are.
You flight attendant! What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us?
The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way.
Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing?
Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on.
There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority.
I'm going to take a minute.
I'm gonna take a little break and I'll be back. Oh gosh. What time is it? It's almost been 2 hours. Oh my goodness. I think this one's gonna be a bit longer than last week's case. Last session's case.
But I'll be back. I just need to stretch my leggies and get a snack, and hopefully you do too. If you need it. I'm not back just yet. I'm just gonna make some tea. I just grabbed some snacks.
1 second. Just gotta move. I'll take a sip.
Good God. Well, trying to voice LeBlanc is killing me. I thought I had it bad last week.
Ugh. Alright. Should be good. To the gift shop. March 12th, 8:32 a.m. First floor in the in-flight shop. Oh my god. I remember that thing.
The luggage. So, this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here.
You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Hehe.
Hold on. You can't clean up a potential crime scene.
Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much.
I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene, there is a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit.
Well, let's start with the obvious thing here.
A broken window. The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait. Actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. There is a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases.
You know what I'd suggest?
Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip.
Okay. Then how about you buy something for me then? As a present.
I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything.
But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time.
Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Let's talk to her, actually.
I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. Notice anything?
So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can assure you that I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite.
Yeah, but it was me that got you permission to look around. You know. So don't forget that, okay?
How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep?
Well, you know what really show your thanks. You see that item for sale over there?
Sorry, but you're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation.
We can...
I thought I heard a door. Outside. Hopefully that was nothing.
Ooh, I'd love to have this piece of jewelry. Can I have it?
No, you may not. This is a prosecutor's badge.
Really? Then why'd you show it to me?
I wanted to prove to you that I really am a prosecutor. And that it's not possible for a prosecutor like me to commit such a crime as... I see that I'm just wasting my time with Cousin Hare here. Captain Hare.
So, what is that? Are you gonna give it to me? Oh, but I'm not supposed to accept any presents. Unless they're really worth something. Miss Rhoda said that this piggy bank was in this shop, right? Don't you find her a tiny bit suspicious?
I don't think I can say either way yet. There's not enough evidence to convince me that she was lying about anything back there.
Are you sure about that? Like I said earlier, I was the one answering people's calls while we were refueling in Zhengfa. And Mr. Hicks was in his seat at that time.
What time was that again?
He called it around 5 a.m. You were at your seat around then too, you know.
I do recall people calling for service at around that time. Even if this turns out to be a waste of time, I must stand firm. I just know that there's a vital clue or two awaiting me here in this shop.
Okay, that's everything. From that, at least.
What are these?
Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it.
Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try and then you buy.
Yeah, not always. No way. But either way, it doesn't really matter.
True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane?
Excuse me. Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Yuko heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? They're painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you?
It is certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Yeah. It's garish as all get out.
Huh? Ah, I guess there's no fooling your fine tastes.
Hmm?
You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay?
But I never showed any interest in it to begin with.
It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda.
Miss Ternero designed this.
Yeah, it was a company-wide contest.
Well, it does have a very sharp design sense.
Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decide to go with it. It's so bleh.
Miss Ternero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah!
You okay?
I'm fine. Please, watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation.
Here, I'll put it back.
Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale.
We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. But some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one?
I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued.
Ugh. We can't look at the magazines. They're pointless. What's this?
Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel clenched just by looking at them.
Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, excuse me.
I once did a course in flower arranging. It was fun.
There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream "buy me" to any passers-by. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly.
How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed.
Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that?
Because you know it's true. Let's see. Anything else? Sale. Buy one, get one. Alright, we didn't receive anything new, I don't think. Nothing we can examine anyway. So, I believe, let's see. I think this must be it. This feels right. You should be hatted. Yes!
The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see.
Yay!
I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it?
Yay!
Let me try that again.
Really?
Don't tell me you don't know Oh, my brain just did not pass that sentence right. Give me a second, I'll sip. Because my throat is starting to shrivel. It's starting to wither, even. Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in this shop.
Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on. How should I know anything?
I sense that further inspection of this display case is needed.
Here we go. Inspecting every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
The glass on this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly.
Ah!
What is it?
I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts.
Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Ugh. GoU Airlines related books line this shelf. The history of GoU Airlines, the future of GoU Airlines, the 7 wonders of GoU, fight on GoU Airlines. Working name Yugo Airlines, Yugo You! Heart emoji. The titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator?
Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of GoU Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf, we have the cute one. The middle shelf is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version.
Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like...
Oh, they missed the letter here.
Looks like I hit the bullseye.
Oh.
For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Neal, if I may ask you about this lock.
Well, the one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so... she's got the keys to all of the display cases.
I see.
Oh! I bet you want to buy something! Do you want me to go get the keys from her?
No, that's all right.
Alright, let's deduction.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Let's see... what... can look at.
Eureka!
There is definitely something very unusual about this.
About what?
If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I guess it would be like that.
However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case,
Nope. No, there isn't.
which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor.
I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too.
Eh? Oh, that's nice.
Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm talking.
Ah! But
Oops. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon.
does it? So, you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake?
Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility.
But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Hugo, they broke the glass by accident?
The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but there's one person who could have.
Oh, and who would that be?
Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything.
Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh?
About the shop. I cut my finger on those bad pieces of glass.
Don't Don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful.
Same to you. You're the one walking all over broken glass. You sure you're okay?
I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush like this.
That's nice. Please be careful around the display case, okay? I don't want you to get hurt.
Compared to the glass around my feet, the inside of the case is nothing to be afraid of. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside.
Then I guess even you could tidy up the case, right?
Perish the thought. I don't work here.
Okay. Turbulence suitcase. Thinking. Hey!
Yes, there is definitely something wrong here.
What's with the sudden yelling?
Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases?
Oh, well, sure. They totally use strange. Like the color and such.
That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention.
You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. These suitcases are all lined up a bit too prim and proper.
Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? I guess they take after their creator.
Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Ah, never mind. I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous.
I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said.
I don't trust her to keep quiet, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's wrong?
She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase?
Well, that one... Well, that one's got things
Take
on
that!
it. Yeah, I figured you thought the design was odd too.
I never said the design was odd.
Yeah.
Please don't give me that attitude. Ah, I can't let her get me all riled up. Time to calmly take another good hard look.
Oh, should I think? Because they're
Take
not
that!
chopped?
There's something very peculiar about these wheels.
Huh? As in? Oh, no, I see it.
As in, there are no stoppers in place on these.
Oh.
Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying.
And?
And so, it is very likely that the suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we?
Alright.
Oh, now that I can see the picture of the little Yugo, it looks like something. This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. This color and the scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. But why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase?
Why indeed? Excuse me.
$1,200 price tag. Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. A piece of cloth. And it's soaked with blood.
Ah! It's blood!
It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all.
Investigation complete.
I healed! So, explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder?
I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps.
But aren't you just talking about the cloth then?
That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is...
The body!
Take that!
something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it?
Yes. Bloody cloth. Its beautiful pattern's been soiled by blood. I don't know if I'd call that beautiful.
But...
In light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location.
So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it?
Exactly. What is it?
Nothing. Just I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth?
I believe that's her. There she is.
I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he's allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat.
I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course.
If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun! We can camp out and watch over everything together.
I found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. And I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light.
To be Conti.
Save with progress!
Yeah. May as well.
Whoops.
Yes.
I don't mind.
March 12th, 1 p.m. local time. Hope Springs Airport.
Oh my god, no!
Not him! Anyone but him!
I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene, but I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private.
Oh, the London flight's cancelled too. That's no good.
So I'm left wondering, just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation.
I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska!
Franziska? I thought you were still in Germany.
I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught.
Her name is Franziska von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are.
Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame?
Wait! It has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim.
A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death.
Franziska, do you honestly believe that I killed a man?
I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. I can put your arrest on hold until then.
That's as it should be.
I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for.
Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together?
I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town.
Trust me, I had no intention to.
Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir!
Too slow.
No! Oh my god.
That animation was smooth as hell.
Wow!
Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand?
Mr. Edgeworth! I'm supposed to guide him?
A simple yes or no, detective.
Ah! Yes, sir, understood, sir. You just leave it to me.
Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Bye, Franzi.
Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, Detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I am a bit curious as to what Franziska is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well. In that case, I have a few questions for you.
Oh! Just give me a minute. Soak in the old classic music. While I take a sippy of my tea. Yeah.
So how is the initial investigation going? Oh, we just shipped the body off to the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Franziska. She was always good at quick responses to a case. I'd say she was, a little too quick, sir. Oh? How so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of your affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy. As though she knew there'd been a murder or something. And had come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this.
Franziska Von Karma.
Miss Von Karma just kinda popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident? No details? It's kinda top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective.
Oh dear.
Although I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh.
Well, let's go over here and see these people.
Lunchland. Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Oh, I've always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. Which should I go with?
I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes. Only available for a limited time. We have a variety of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags.
If you really want one so badly, Detective, why don't you go ahead and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, I'm really gonna get one. Here I go! Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. I hope he's aware that's the most expensive one on the menu. This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I'd be pretty scared too if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. I did it. I made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. This life vest is proof I made it alive. It's now my prized possession. How could you just take that from the plane? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. He probably bought it from the flight shop. What a view of the planes, preparing for takeoff. I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you never been to another country before, Detective? Nope, not yet, sir. I don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual Sunday. A penny a day, to be precise.
Oh.
At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement.
Oh, that's sad.
This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. I'm all excited to see this many planes too. Just look at the size of these things.
Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh?
Huh. It seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. Oh, but I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too.
Here, mister, you could stand next to me. So, about that plane's wing?
Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. Alright. Oh, boy. Can't believe they brought this guy back. Ugh. I gotta brace myself. I gotta mentally prepare myself. Hold on. I'll finish my tea. My voice box is just gonna wither. Okay. Here we go. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Oh, nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, Werflag's lunchboxes eat too. F. Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water. Found it! Lol. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000. Lols. For my next late movie is gonna be the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo versus the World Samurai Champion of Earth. It's gonna rock. There's so many boxers. Good thing that was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? So the Steel Samurai's finally getting a movie. Completely ignoring me as usual. I just felt something tear in my soul. Alright. Where else can I go? Actually. Yes, sir. Ah, no! Silly me. I wanted to present things. Oh, is that for me, sir? Oh, you shouldn't have, sir, but I'll gladly take anything you want to give to me. Hands off, detective. This item's related to the case. Oh, so, what about it did you want to ask me about? Oh, forget I asked, detective. In which case, it's probably not worth, really. Who's that guy? Back on the second floor, first class. So, you must be the captain. Why, yes I am. And who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor Franziska von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman? I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit. He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. I only just noticed that urn right in the front of the scene is seatbelted. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Franziska and her whip. Ah! Oh my god. He's still here. He's not cleared his constipation yet. Ugh. Now see here! Ah! Sorry, I'm sorry! How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you! Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Did you finish taking his statement yet? Yep. All done, sir.
I do not concern if you're not done examining the cargo hold. I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay.
Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artworks down in the cargo hold, sir. There's practically a mountain of them, large and small, but no mediums. From folk costumes to stone statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. It kind of looks like that other piece of cloth.
Yes, let's show it to him, why don't we? Look at this! Look at this bloody cloth! Every time I do, I see a moth.
Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Huh? Oh, it's a Borginian cloth! As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose?
Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. Oh.
Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier?
No, no, no. My cargo this time is much, many gigantic. You, detective, when can I have my cargo moved?
You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal.
The stubbornness of you police, it is no good. And it is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room, too.
That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What did you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc?
She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They made no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her.
Why is Miss Tenero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time?
Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you?
Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room?
Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances.
I understand.
You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The highliest suspect, even.
The likeliest suspect, Franziska.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute.
I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend?
Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of logic, and fast.
Okay. Most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here in the very lounge the body was discovered.
Hold it!
Press that one.
So tell me, Franziska, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene?
I know all that I need to know in order to arrest you.
And nothing more?
Are you saying there is more I need to know? Ah! Why'd you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy. My hand must have slipped.
It would appear that Miss Franziska doesn't have all the facts of this case yet.
From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until his body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
While it's true that I was in the lounge the whole time, that fact alone does not make me the criminal.
Objection!
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time. Hold on. I believe...
Objection!
Oh, wait. Oops. I just wanted to look at it. Attempting to buy yourself time?
I knew I shouldn't have tried to pull a fast one.
That was a misclick. Press this one.
What do you mean by seen?
Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then, from the time after that call until the body was found... actually, I haven't looked at this closely.
For there to be this much blood on this piece of cloth, was the victim wrapped in it at some point? According to Mr. LeBlanc, this textile is fairly famous. What a waste!
I'll press this one just to be safe.
Don't you think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit?
Huh. I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes.
Hey! You say that like you're cooking a pack of instant noodles!
Ow! I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence.
I see she hasn't changed a bit. I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily.
Hold it!
Did I press this one? Oh, yes, I did.
Hold it!
Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect. But I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings, ow!
Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee that he's not a criminal. Fascinating.
Franziska.
I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party.
The likeliest suspect. What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired, and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic one hole at a time.
I think it's this one. Hey, there we go.
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all.
And what does that mean?
I found a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. Meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all.
Objection!
Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Oh my god.
Don't say it like that! No, no, Oscar. Don't do that. Excuse me?
All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth.
I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily.
You should know better than that. Avant Karma is perfect in every way. Except for capitalization, apparently.
Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is proof of that.
Where's the proof that this suitcase was moved around?
Oops. Here it is.
Take
The
that!
footprints and the track prints. The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator.
Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here.
The evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here. Here.
Take that!
Take that.
This mark here. Wouldn't you say that it looks suspiciously like tracks from a pair of wheels?
I suppose.
Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here.
I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else.
I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from and pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly.
Just what are you insinuating?
But I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in her logic in one fell swoop.
Oh boy. Franziska's Logic Part 2. Can I just do this? Oh no. Maybe? I don't know. Actually, let's give it a quick look.
The hat on its head was found inside a display case in the in-flight shop. I wonder if that fact has any bearing on this case. There is some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. Oh.
Hold it!
Let's just press for now. I don't feel confident yet.
And how do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of its display case? As I recall, the case was locked.
Well, that's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass, like this.
Yo! You're shedding my heart of glass! So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop and the Captain Hugo bank, does she?
That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon. Actually, do I have a... I don't have a thing for the... I don't have evidence for the... related to the shelf.
Hold it!
I thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge.
Huh. I thought you'd say that. What? Did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood spatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it?
Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now?
We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak.
And? What do you propose I did after that?
Hold it!
So I put the victim's body into the suitcase, and then... Where was I headed, Franziska?
That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class, where you could safely keep an eye on it.
We are talking about this thing, you know. I would hardly call it discreet or ordinary.
Huh. Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because...
Hold it!
You've experienced turbulence on a flight before.
Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while.
The patch we hit was especially rough. And I passed out briefly, but only for a second. Oh, good thing it was only for a sec, sir. It'd been bad if you'd really blinked out. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place.
That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth.
Hold it!
If I really were a criminal, do you really think I would be so easily caught?
Objection!
You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now.
Ah! I have to find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own hide left to save.
I have to say, you are looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge. And pretended to be the discoverer of the body.
Hold it!
I didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body.
I suppose that's true.
So then, you are yielding to my statements.
Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer, but... in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead.
No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound. The large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right.
Just trying to think. I think this is it, 'cause... yeah. That conversation between Edgeworth and Cammy was where they were talking about how it must have flown out of the thing when the turbulence hit.
Objection!
Aha!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared.
Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? Like, say, an updated medical report?
A fake?
This Captain Hugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon.
What?
The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred.
But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that?
I assume it was added after the murder, when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick the bank up from off the floor and took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim over the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks.
You there.
Yes, ma'am.
Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found?
We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood.
I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your stall tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I'd think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth.
Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There is one more possibility.
And that would be...
That the piggy bank is, in fact, the real weapon.
But didn't we just...
Hold it. Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So, that means that the killer had the key to the display case.
Franziska, the person you're speaking of.
Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her.
Yes?
Very well. Permission granted. But only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other?
I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish.
Ms. Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move.
Ooh. That fucking guy. Ugh.
So, you're the one who poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that?
Miss Tenero?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too?
Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did?
Alright. But first, let's look at some things. Ooh!
What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it.
That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth.
Gold crowns and swords and necklaces? It's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Go-You to send its metal detectors out for repairs. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that?
Because I didn't think I'd be able to get his permission.
What do you mean?
The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends.
In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges.
Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was.
And why were you there?
Well,
Why the sudden hesitation? Franziska seems to have struck a nerve. Oops, oh my goodness. That was a pretty big glitch. I went to scratch my nose.
About the in-flight shop. All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work then? Yes. I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes. I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell.
Miss Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing.
Well then, I'm gonna look around.
It's one of those suitcases designed by Miss Tenero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it.
So these are the attendants' lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers?
Wait, detective! It would be uncouth of us to look in a woman's locker without her permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I feel this murderous draft, and I could sense a whip not far behind. If you would please take a look at this for me, Miss Tenero.
Oh, that suitcase.
Yes, about this suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured something else about it. This suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it?
There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there?
Won't you please tell me more about this suitcase?
Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care. But I really wanted to know.
And I was glad to see that it was the last one there.
The last one there. So you're saying, Miss Tenero, that the suitcase in question was the last one?
Yes, they're just so popular. They're practically flying off the shelves.
That's not exactly the impression I got.
The one in the shop is most definitely the last one.
Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase.
Really? Then I guess we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one.
I didn't say anything about buying it.
Then say you'll buy it.
I'm sorry, I can't.
But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional.
Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous.
What?
Ugh. Maybe that was a bit too direct.
You think?
Moving on. My issue with the suitcases isn't the design. It's the number of them that remains.
Remaining?
There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it.
2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only one. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only one suitcase left.
Something is amiss here. What could be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Miss Tenero, what is one of those suitcases doing here?
That's,
I thought you said there was only one left.
that one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now.
She's used it for a long time? I think not. Miss Tenero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me.
Excuse me?
I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. Or even for a very one time.
The price tag's still on it.
Take that!
Tell me, Miss Tenero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase?
What is the meaning of this?
Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Miss Tenero, I think I understand. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in...
The in-flight shop?
Seeing as how the price tag is still on this suitcase, one can only assume it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was...
You! Miss Rhoda Tenero.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Miss Tenero? I hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. Hey, I'd feel the same way. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right?
Then, the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something.
But the suitcases didn't sell.
It's because of the design, isn't it? All because it was, as you put it, hideous.
I can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them either.
We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked.
You buy one every single time you work a flight?
I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well? Yes. And here's my receipt for that purchase. That better not have any secret writing on the back.
This receipt is clearly time-stamped 5:40 a.m.
Oh? The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight.
Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases?
They should all be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcase the killer used.
Could very well have come from the cargo hold.
Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases too?
Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body.
Ah! How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be.
Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator?
The only other way is just through that door there.
And what about security?
That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special keycard that only crew members have access to.
Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects.
I can't believe it. Hold it?
Yes, Franziska?
Going on these wild goose chases. You're a disgrace to the Von Karman name.
And what do you mean by that?
The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the whole story.
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used the keycard.
Miles Edgeworth. You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct?
Yes, that's the only realistic possibility.
That other attendant, Miss Meal. I asked her earlier and she had this to say.
Franziska got information out of Miss Meal?
In order to make the elevator... In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required.
A different one?
Yes. And the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. Ah!
What? Is this true, Miss Tenero?
Yes. I keep that keycard in my locker at all times.
Could you please show us that card right now?
Yes, hold on. I don't believe it.
What's wrong?
The keycard, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen, when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh.
What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over... There's disbelief... There's disbelief written all over your face.
Franziska, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case. However...
Hold it. Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You'll know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words.
Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth?
I intend to do likewise.
To be Conti. Oh my goodness. I'll save that. Alright. I'm gonna take another break. So I'm trying to remember. I believe this is the last part of the episode. So, I'm going to put my cup back in the fridge. Sink. Kitchen sink. My word. It's getting late. It's midnight. Oh my god. I better finish this episode right quick. I'll be back. House is all closed up. Everyone else is in their rooms. So I gotta do the last of this episode with a softer voice. I hope I survive. March 12, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold.
Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating.
So, this is the real scene of the murder?
There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir.
Okay. Flammable. Tasty winery.
All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one, it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Inflammable means flammable? What a country! Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job's really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. Oh, you think so? Well, then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200? I think I'll pass. And Mr. Nero wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although it definitely looks like one is missing. What's this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments.
Oh.
Hey, what's with the suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. It looks like a profile on Franziska. That's odd. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her?
We'll find out.
Have you noticed anything strange happening around here?
No, sir. I haven't noticed a thing.
I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder.
Yes, I was. Why at this airport? I've been following a very large and involved governmental-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Ooh.
Interpol is involved.
It is a top secret it is a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Well... Oh. There's something much more urgent we should be dealing with right now. Don't waste my time, or yours.
I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo.
This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir.
It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity.
What, really? Ah, yeah, I guess that sounds about right.
There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, Detective.
You're absolutely right. I'm sure she does have time to see our prosecutor's badge. Francie! Look at look at your little brothers. Oh, she doesn't care. Damn. Hold on. Maybe I need to... I'll just have a look at some more things. I think I have to do one of the logic bits.
Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew.
This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir.
By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pulls on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so.
Elevator? Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. Oh, don't point right there, Gumshoe. Don't do that.
The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move.
Oh yeah. I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now.
Well, nothing would happen normally anyway, without the special key card. Both door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a key card, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here.
Okay. Oops, that's not it. So. I believe this is right. I am right.
Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska?
Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Franziska said she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her.
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was in actuality Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do.
Yes, she does. Quack.
I'm sure Hicks is just a man of culture. Maybe, sir. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense! What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks. Isn't that correct?
I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first.
So, you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then?
Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. Oh, wait. Maybe I can show the picture. That's the victim. It's infuriating to see him crumpled on the floor like that, lifeless. I will catch the one who did this to him myself. I swear it.
Franziska is really worked up over the victim.
Oops. But no.
Nope.
Okay. Nope. Alright. I think I gotta do the other one now. Oh. But I think this is right. 'Cause the other thing doesn't make sense.
I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses' lenses. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying that the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage.
Yes. Very good, Gumshoe.
Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it.
Very bad, Gumshoe.
Ow!
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason. Of that, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue this investigation?
Gumshoe's just trying his best. No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed.
I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew.
Wait. Oops. That was supposed to be Franziska. And entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in.
Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then
The killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and...
They entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open, and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor.
Investigation complete! Woo! I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage.
What? Really, sir?
I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Ternero. Definitive evidence. Alright, hold on. I gotta get my drink back from where I put it. There we go. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. Sorry, I was trying to scratch my nose again. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Ternero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you?
I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that.
Time to rebut this. Whack.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal, or even the captain.
Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there. This is why planes have two captains at least.
Hey! I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well, then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal?
I thought you might ask about her. The point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Ternero.
Objection!
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you could come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father?
Yeah! Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence,
Be quiet. You are a disgrace. There's no evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Ternero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away.
Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Hugo piggy bank?
Yes. She is also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case.
Hold it!
Let's do a press on that.
Objection!
That's a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. Well, it's not a red herring, it's a golden, primate thing. Tarsier, I think. Marmoset. That was it. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon, and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon?
The crime scene? It's a 1 in 3 chance.
I think we should examine the crime scene in more detail. We might turn up the murder weapon if we search all of the cargo and luggage.
Did you think I hadn't thought of that? Even now we're searching through them. But we haven't found anything that even closely resembles a murder weapon.
Alright then.
Okay. The body, I think. Right?
There we go. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions.
Or was I?
Yes. We don't even have the autopsy results yet.
That's right. We don't have the updated autopsy report.
How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy!
Yes, sir?
Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir! We've got a big problem, Mr. Ridgeway, sir!
Oh no. Bad news, is it?
What is it, Detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they already know this one thing for sure.
Report, now.
The doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Well, that's not good.
Scruffy, what is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, Detective? Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless.
No! Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there! No, you'll remove yourself from my way! What is all that racket?
My luggage! My cargo! They're mine, and I demand you return them to me!
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience.
I suppose there is no choice.
Finally, I think I give... Hey, what are you...
You've left me no choice but to use strong force. Ah!
You won't get past me. This is... Wait, that's it? So that's what this whole thing's been about.
Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed.
The doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
Oof! I think this is right.
Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger.
All right. Now, I think it has to be these.
If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration.
What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here?
Franziska,
What? What do you want?
I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon.
You did?
It really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should go check up on him, sirs.
There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit.
This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across.
Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence.
You two aren't listening at all, are you?
No, nobody cares about Mr. LeBlanc. Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of.
This is the real murder weapon.
I think this is it.
Take that!
No? Oops, nope. Oh? What is that supposed to mean, you fool?
That was practice just now for when I would show you the real murder weapon.
Why don't we add practice whippings to your routine as well?
Ah!
Oh, wait. I don't have the evidence to Is it this? Wait, hold on. I don't have evidence to show because it's not something you can carry.
I don't have any evidence to show you.
Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean by I don't have any evidence to show?
Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what the real cause of death was.
He fell.
The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground. He fell
To his death?
Yes. This is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What?
Then, we're in trouble.
We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Nah, he's fine. He didn't fall far enough. What is that, 2 meters? Hey, you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet! Why are you screaming?
Ah! He's alive!
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that.
I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? It would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild, hypothetical scenarios. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there.
Huh. As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What?
What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now?
Oh no, that's a museum bit. This. The stopover in Zhangfa.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Zhangfa?
Yes. This flight had a short layover in Zhangfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Excuse me. Oh, it's labeled Zhangfa Express.
Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zhangfa.
Yes.
Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhangfa leg of the flight.
Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
Ah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. What?
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail.
Alright. Time to investigation. Now. Yes, sir. Yeah. Actually, we should talk to Gumshoe a little bit. Notice anything? This cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they can fit stuff like that in here.
Detective, what are you going on about? We're in the middle of an investigation here. Whoa! Stuff's falling on me! I can't really get into my work without something like this happening first. Well, let's get the show on the road. So, which item do you want to start on? In this world, there are those who are masochistic, and then there is Gumshoe.
Cause of death.
Man, I can't believe Mr. Hicks fell to his death. I never would have guessed in a million years. That is still only a hypothesis. However, the investigation should prove it to be true. Speaking of falling, I'm glad that art guy's okay. Oh, excuse me.
He took quite the spill.
Yes, he was lucky to have landed on top of that piece of cargo.
Yeah, I can just see it now. Passenger pays price for police foul-up. Did Prosecutor Edgeworth add fuel to the fire of the first murder with a second death? Yep, I'm willing to bet that'd... I'm willing to bet that it'd make the front page.
That's not funny, Detective.
It is a little funny.
If I may have a word with you, Franziska.
I don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality. Fair enough. Alright.
This is a rather large piece of cargo.
There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. Elif Red Statue. I never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
Then let's get investigating, sir. Bojinian. Goat, scissors. Leaky eye. Fig leaf. No. Fan palm leaf. Fig leaf. Exclamation mark. Question mark. Shiny jewel. Beetle, Hadoken, and Dogeza. Look here! Do not go about touching my possessions without my permission! Ah! Don't rush up on me like that, pal!
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Alright. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Monsieur LeBlanc?
Of course it is mine! I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! This Ali Fred statue is worth 10 million cents! No, maybe much, much more! What's 10 million? How do I... Is that $100,000? It isn't much for art, honestly.
Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold.
10 million cents?
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective.
Oh. But sir, 10 million cents would buy lots of packs of noodles. Darn, how'd you do it? How'd you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year.
Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Oh, that is a savage line.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, so
That 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars?
does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer.
It is a very valuable piece of art. So no, there will be no touching.
Excuse me.
I'm going to take a second. Ugh. Needed a drink. Why do you show me something of no value? Show me the bread first, and maybe we will talk. What?
Wait. He wants me to pay him before he'll comment on this?
Huh. Ah, but... let's see what he says about this.
If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with a smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zhangfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves wouldn't dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here.
Do you mean the cargo certification document?
Monsieur Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? Ah, hell, it's all in Borginian. It says as plain as day, the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe.
And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in the certificate. No, that's...
Which means that there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting here there. Oh? It still could have been swatched out for another one.
I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Huff! Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see I am right.
This. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Alif Red?
I don't know. Some of those gems look a bit yellow to me.
It gives off such a feeling of art.
I could practically smell it. No, that's the brimstone that it was carved out of.
This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it.
I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Alif Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. This is the Alif Red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before. No wonder this thing's worth 10...
Oops. No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir.
Detective, that is the glass case. I wouldn't call it sparkling, Detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. What's this?
The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor's cloth cover. It kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. Yo! What you said now? Further, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen.
Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate.
Why should...
Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it.
The leftover suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows.
Yeah, those are pretty neat rows.
Too bad for Miss Tenero, but this design is unmarketable.
Oh, why don't they sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one. Free! If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir?
I think if they did that, everyone would lose. What have we here?
It says Zhangfa Express on the cloth, sir. I'm gonna take a guess and say that this delivery company's based in Zhangfa.
Something's tugging on the corner of my mind. As though something is out of place.
Oh, wait, whoops. That's not it. Hold on.
It's the eyes.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Yeah.
Eureka!
Eureka!
These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think?
Yeah, and pretty. They remind me of the sunsets when I was in grade school, sir.
I don't think you see what I'm talking about.
No, I do, but it really is like the color of the sun when it's setting, sir. Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field spinning with my arms out until I felt ill.
I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What color are the eyes in this photo?
Huh?
Sir! They're red!
Very good, Gumshoe. Very good. That's why it's called the Alif Red, not the Alif Orange Sunset.
As I thought, this statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc.
What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man?
I allow you 2 seconds for your answer.
The Alif Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not?
It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago.
Better grab a chair, sir. Sounds like this is gonna be a long story.
It's gonna be another all-nighter.
Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but...
What is that? Sympathy? For what?
You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes.
That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you.
I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us, and the one in this photo.
Why the sudden yelling? Now then. It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Whoa!
Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake.
A fake! Oh, it got fucking windy again.
I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhangfa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. This Alif Red is a fake. That art dealer isn't looking too happy about it either, sir. I will get to the bottom of this, for his sake, as well as mine. What's this?
I believe it is this. I think maybe... I want to say it's this piece of cloth.
Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
And... this has to be it.
Eureka!
I'm not entirely confident that there is a contradiction here. What do you think, Detective?
Well, I think it's really suspicious looking, sir. My well-trained gut tells me so.
I see. Well, then I must be mistaken.
How come when I answer confidently, you take that to mean we're off course, sir? Wait. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's this. This?
Eureka!
Nope, that's not it either. Shit. I can't believe you were able to tell this was a fake from a single glance, sir. You knew right away that its eyes were a different color from the ones in the photo.
Yes, unlike a certain detective who needs to try a little harder. The fact that this is a fake means it was swapped with the real one at some point.
Wait. Is there something I missed? I didn't think so. But I'm not really sure what I'm meant to be deducing. solleva. I'm gonna have to look at that guide again. Alright. Un momento per favore. I'm very good at this game. Sometimes I'm so good, I'm like, I see where the logic is. But my poor adult brain just can't make the logic flow. Oops. What is it? I swear I did this right, but it just...
Eureka!
There we go. I might not have had the cursor on it right. There is clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue was on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhangfa, there's no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhangfa. But then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There's only one reason why. To secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say. But I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however, you have it backwards, Franziska. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. It would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there's someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Oh. One of the attendants knows Bojinyan. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes. While this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold, a rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a piece of cargo. A valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zhangfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler.
Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Zhangfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death.
Officer, Move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath. Now!
Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Alley Fred statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
Blood!
I see. There was a reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Ugh. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned up the blood well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood?
Easy, with a piece of cloth.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess.
The bloody cloth.
I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Jiangfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Jiangfa? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. If that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Jiangfa, then this becomes highly suspect.
Miss Meal's testimony.
Recall Miss Meal's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Jiangfa.
I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in the seat at 5 a.m., you know.
She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meal herself.
To be continued.
God damn it.
I would stop somewhere, but I have to keep going. I have to finish this for a good reason. Because I won't be streaming the next 2 Saturdays. I won't be home. I'm gonna be on a family trip.
March 12th, 3:35 p.m.
Miss Meal. Miss Meal?
Huh?
Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Jiangfa?
Huh?
You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Jiangfa.
Oh?
Miss Cammy Meal?
Well, maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. I don't know. Maybe I was busy blowing the captain.
No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meal.
But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time.
Ah. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well. Miss Meal, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found.
Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Yes, Captain Hare, you're a suspect. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Liar!
How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meal, wake up! She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up!
I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant.
Why ask me to wake her up when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
From 3 to 4, I was in the flight attendant's room.
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m.
Yeah, but that kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda.
And what were you doing in the attendance room at that time?
Wouldn't you like to know? Eating and then having the most delicious dream?
You mean you were neglecting your duties?
No way. Sleeping's part of our job too, you know. It's not my fault I have narcolepsy. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you?
Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi.
Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
I think I should.
Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m.
Because... Yes, I remember.
Take that!
I wonder if you'd be so kind as to take a look at this receipt. To look at this receipt, Miss Meal.
Huh? A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Mr. Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Mr. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Tenero?
Yes? Huh? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which I went straight to the attendant's room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Meal there at that time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal?
Huh? The bathroom?
I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know?
Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
Sure.
any chance to let you dig a hole. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of alive. I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's not the time for this sort of talk.
You're right. This is weird. Well, it's not weird, it's just awkward.
Hold it!
No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies.
But say I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you?
Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
You think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too?
Hold it!
She's already being detained for further questioning. Or have you already forgotten?
Oh yeah, guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. We are the only 2 flight attendants on this plane. Nobody else. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer?
Miss Meal, what did you mean just now by no one else who could have done it?
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal?
Fucking the captain, isn't it obvious? I take care of the attendance room.
That doesn't count.
Aw, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages. Yeah, she knows all the different ways to ask voulez-vous coucher avec moi. So she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Virginian. She's the only one on this flight who's fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What else could I have meant?
Yeah, so I'm really good at Virginian.
She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian?
Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Virginian.
Very interesting.
If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. All I'm in charge of are the...
Hold it!
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff?
I do stuff like translate things from and into Borginian. Cammy's the only member of the crew who understands Borginian, Mr. Edgeworth.
Miss Meal, I take it then that it is your job to process all the Borginian paperwork?
Yeah. See, I totally pull my weight around here.
So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work, and... Miss Meal, it is very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else.
That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very... us.
There you go, pushing everything onto her again.
I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh?
The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head.
Virginian stuff like this certificate for the Ellie Fred?
Objection!
So, you are the only one in this flight... You are the only one in this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
I studied abroad in Virginia for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Neal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Ellie Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Huh?
It is exactly as you say.
Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling?
No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation, after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper.
Really? All you did was sign it.
I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that.
It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight.
Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes.
So perhaps there is some element of a... some elephant of a setup? Some element of a setup at play in this case.
What are you talking about?
Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can.
You have no proof that Rhoda's being set up, or that she isn't.
Actually, I believe she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions.
The suitcase.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose that suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so?
like that face.
The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree?
Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway?
That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone?
It has to be the location of the murder, right?
The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body would be found was very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, but you, Miss Chamomile. Only you and you alone could be the killer.
And? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here.
Oops, sorry.
You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence.
Ugh. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence.
This is a jam.
And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture.
The phone. We never found it.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence,
I thought not.
but that's because it went missing, and still is.
Missing? What do you mean by that?
In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least that's what she told me.
That's right.
But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene.
You mean the killer took the phone with them?
Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer.
Oh, come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well?
We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
Of course I do.
Agent Hicks's phone! It's ringing from somewhere, sir! I hear it, Detective. Now, where is it coming from? Sounds like the phone is up in the flight attendant's room. We better hurry to the flight attendant's room, sir. The ringing's coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. I wonder if it might be inside this suitcase. I don't hear any sounds coming from inside, sir. I don't suppose the culprit would have been so dumb as to try this same trick twice.
Oh wait, there it is. There it is, in the bin. Not the bed, the bin. What do you mean? Lost and found?
The ringing's coming from in here, sir. What? No, it can't be. This has gotta be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What?
Oops. Hair's getting in front of my eyes.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go?
Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker.
What? But
Rhoda Tenero?
I don't know anything about that phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Objection!
Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the key card. When the killer went to steal the key card, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
Sorry, just had to take a sippy.
This is related to the key card, all right.
In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that.
Ah,
The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore. Bird?
what should I do? Francisca's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone.
What?
Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence that will point us to our killer. We need to examine this phone in more detail.
Yay! Oh, the screen's broken.
The LCD is broken. Without a screen, you can't even place a call with this.
Camera!
It's a camera lens.
Oh. Hello there, welcome to my chat.
It's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about this kind of basic stuff, sir. There's a camera on the back. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case.
How am I doing? It's the middle of the night. I'm almost finished the episode.
So, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler.
This case is going a lot longer than I thought it was.
But the phone's all busted up, sir.
Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone.
Yeah, despite the accents I'm putting on for the voice acting, I live in Australia. Ugh, I'll find a way, don't you worry about that.
Yawn. May I go back to sleep now? No!
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Franziska?
It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone.
Haha. Franziska, your phone if you please.
Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. Oh, look at that!
This is...
A clear spot.
Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case.
You really like my VTuber model? Thanks! I made it myself!
Hey, the LE Fred's nowhere in this pic, sir!
But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Really? Yeah, really! I drew it myself and then I rigged it myself.
It took a lot of learning. At least a few weeks of figuring out what to do, but I did it. Ouch, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir. Is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use?
Thank you! I think I did a pretty good job myself.
Bed sheets. Boxes of bed sheets. These are still in the cargo hold. There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake this feeling.
If you're just playing around, may I mind if I go home? Oh! Thanks for following! I appreciate it.
Yes, I mind.
Wait, is it this set of boxes?
What's all this?
Huh? Oh! They are cargo shipped from Virginia to Zhangfa.
So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off in Zhangfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of those boxes? Unfortunately, there's no English written on them anywhere.
One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says... crawling, key, scissors, fig leaf, inky eye, Hadoken. It is cloth in English.
Cloth? Could it be? Is this where the killer...
What? What for is that scary face?
Miss Meal?
Yes.
It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator.
Ah.
He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is.
Huh? Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. Borginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. What was it? Is it the cloth?
Take that!
Yes. What is that supposed to prove?
The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhangfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. Aha! That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Cammy Meal.
Hold it! Huh, that's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature.
What?
There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
The one that says bed sheets.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely. And bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say?
Hold it. So what are you trying to say?
That if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I would have spotted first.
However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that?
The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for the sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth... Well, that's a horse of a different color.
Never saw the game itself, only memes. How far am I in the game? This is only the second episode of the first investigations game. So after this one, there's like 3 more episodes. And then there's the second game, which also has 5 episodes. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhangfa?
That's right. That is why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader on board who can make such a calculated decision is you, Cammy Meal. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zhangfa authorities in time.
Hope I can catch next time you play it so I can follow from the beginning. Well, I have a YouTube channel, which is the same username as my Twitch. And you can see the first episode of it there that I streamed from a couple weeks ago.
We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes.
And you'll even find like other streams I've done of games that I've played on stream.
Grrr.
So what do you say, Miss Meal? Why not confess your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhangfa?
He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out? I was scared. I was in trouble. I...
We've finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, Detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth.
Gonna watch the VODs when you have the time? Awesome.
It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye.
Mr. Edgeworth. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation.
But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean... I would never turn down a lady's generous offer.
Thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. Ah, a genuine smile. And remember, we here at GoU Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now, I must bid you farewell.
Oh, whoops! I messed that one up. I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue no matter where you go.
I can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun! Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. And that brief moment of bondage. Moving on. By the way, where's Franziska? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir.
Hope Springs Airport.
Franziska.
I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter.
I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met.
I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? Just who do you think you are? I am.
You are Franziska von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect.
Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Pierrot living her life on the name and fame her invincible father built.
True. Your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as prosecutor.
Except for that one time.
However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? You weren't there, were you?
The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture.
Sounds like a dangerous assignment.
You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself.
Yes, I suppose you can.
Plus, there is another agent on this case with me.
Oh, another agent.
He is a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. Like next episode.
I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths.
I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same.
I'm not following you.
You'll understand soon enough. The flight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth.
The fight has only just begun. They're in an airport. What can I say?
I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full.
And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness I could finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt on my instant noodles tonight. Oh, just how much did you cut his salary by, Franziska? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska von Karma. The smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war. They would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Ezra speaking.
Hold on. Ah, finally. I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through.
And you are?
Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy?
Mr. Amino. Ernest Amino, correct?
So you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son. He's been kidnapped.
What?
V. Alright. Ooh, I got a trophy for not using story mode at all.
Yay! End of episode!
Next episode is the kidnapped turnabout. I do remember the start of this one. It's freaky. Ugh. Oh my goodness, 5 hours. This is the longest I've streamed ever. Alright. So, here's what's happening. Next week on... 5 hours is really long, yes. So, next week on the 19th and the 26th, I won't be able to stream. Hold on. Let me try that again, because it's like almost 2 a.m. here. From the 19th to the 28th, I won't be here. Because I'm going out of town for a family holiday. Which we haven't done in a while. It should be good, I hope. But, depending on, let's see, what day? Depending on
When... Okay. Sorry, I'm just having a quick look at my calendar. I might be able, because the 31st is on a Thursday. I could stream something then when I'm home. Maybe. Not this game, but maybe a different one. Something I haven't tried before, maybe. A Halloween themed one. But any case. Until then, stay safe, take care of yourselves, have a good night. A good day, even. And I'll do my best to. See y'all next time. Bye bye. Thank you, and thank you for coming in to chat it when you did. Night night.